Hey, everybody. So, we're talking about tuning into the Divine Calm number 5, and we're talking about the survival field or the survival auric field, which also has the nickname of the stress field, right? So, let's talk about stress for a moment. Like, what is stress? So, if you think about stress, there's like stages of stress. There's actually 4 stages of stress. But the very first part, the very first stage is usually some sort of displacement. You're going along doing something, and then either something happens or there's a perception that there's some sort of disruption, and then that causes a stress response, right? It starts like kind of a chain reaction. And the thing is sometimes the stress can be like a negative where it's an injury or something bad happened at work or somebody said something really obnoxious and like out of the blue or but it also can be things like deadlines, and we're having to hit a deadline, and maybe your effort isn't gonna meet the deadline, so you need to pick up the pace a little bit, right? And sometimes the stress is what you would call motivational stress. Like you're you're doing something in your life, you have this stress, and you're like, I gotta step my game up. If I'm gonna take a vacation in the summertime, I gotta start getting ready now or something, and you start like stepping up your game. So if you really think about it, whatever the variation is, it's a sort of like displacement. It is basically stepping out of a pattern. Like we have a pattern of doing something, and then something has disrupted the pattern. So basically, there's a shift, there's a change, there is the potential for the need to like adapt to something, right? So whenever we're stuck in this repetitive pattern, which we all do, right? Whenever we're stuck in this repetitive pattern, anything that disrupts that pattern is considered like a stress, right? Now, here's the predicament. Healing disrupts patterns. Spiritually growing disrupts patterns. Having relationships where you're deepening the connection between you and a person, at least at first, is disrupting a pattern. There has to be a shift, there has to be a change. And so stress is part of our everyday life, and how we handle stress is really tied to how our body functions and how we interact with the outside world, right? Now, we've done a bunch of work with the ORIC programs. Um, basically the aspect of the aura that has these repetitive programs that has to do with how our body functions, how we think, and how we feel. It has to do with us, right? And so when we look at the stress from the point of view of the body, this is a lot of times what we talk about as dysregulation, right? When the body becomes dysregulated, we go into a deeper level of fight flight, right? And then it's harder and harder to go into rest and repair. So, really, what we're saying with the dysregulation is we're in a pattern, right? And we go deeper into the pattern so that rest and repair or healing can't come in, right? So, when the body gets too stressed, it becomes dysregulated, right? So, with that, what is the nature of stress? Like, what does it do? Right? So, for one, stress amplifies negative issues, whatever it might be. Like, if we have an ache or a pain in our body, it makes it worse. If our immune system isn't doing very good with some stress, it makes it worse, right? Because really, what stress is doing is reinforcing whatever pattern is there. So if it's a negative pattern, then it gets reinforced, right? Because it's part of this mechanism, this stress mechanism, right? So it makes it reinforces patterns, right? And then two, it also um, shuts down function, right? If it's going to reinforce a pattern, anything that is going to threaten that pattern, stress goes, ah, you want to heal? Let's just shut that down so we don't have to deal with it anymore. You want to connect with people? Let's just shut that down so we don't have to deal with that anymore. You need to adjust and adapt at work. Let's just shut that down so that the only thing there is repetition, right? So it amplifies negativity and it shuts down anything that is associated with like healing, resting, repairing, digesting, anything of this nature, right? And so when the body becomes hypervigilant, right? It becomes hypervigilant and hyperreactive. Part of that hypervigilance and hyperreactivity is that it's shutting down positive qualities within the body so that that pattern can be maintained, right? So think of stress as like the bodyguard for repetition, right? Stress is just a bodyguard, right? It's just whatever threatens that repetition, stress goes, ugh, back off, right? So now that's all about the body, but a lot of times the worst stress is dealing with the outside world. And we have the aura that we refer to as the auric programs, right? Now, there's another aspect of the aura, and it's not like it's further out. It's just kind of entwined because we're not looking at structure, we're looking at function, right? We're isolating a function within the aura and we're doing it like a deep dive, like we did with the auric programs. Now we're looking at the function of expansion or expression into the outside world, right? How do we interact with the outside world, right? And so this is what we would call the survival field. Or actually, the survival field is kind of this filter or this haze or this atmosphere between the inner world and the outer world, right? So anytime we think like, oh, I'm going to do this and that in this situation, and they're probably going to say this, and then you go out and you try to do it, and none of it goes the way you thought, right? Well, part of it is it had to go through this atmosphere of stress, right? Our responses, this level of repetition. Now, the thing is with this is it's not just stress that we've generated, it's also stress that we've accumulated from our environment, from people, maybe from our family, from our culture, things like that. And it's also a significant piece of it is something that we came in with, right? And so part of us being able to be ourselves is to diminish or refine this stress aura or the survival auric field, right? And it's tied to surviving in the world. The stress isn't about us, it's about how we thrive in the outside world, right? And so when things come in and when we try to do things, it has to pass through this field, right? That then distorts because of the kind of stresses that are in this field, right? And so anything that we want to do is really a kind of stress that we have to kind of puncture through to get it to happen in the outside world, right? So think about how many times you go, I'd really like to start a business, but, and then you never do anything. I would really like a relationship, but, then we do nothing. I would really like to do this hobby where I make, you know, popsicle stick houses out of, whatever. Oh, nothing happens. It's because the stress, right, shut us down, right? So us being able to take any sort of action, activity, to be able to thrive, to be able to interact, to be able to be ourselves in the outside world, really it is about whatever we can get through the stress field is what gets to interact in that outside world. And so we want to be able to start reducing the level or degree of stress in this field so that we can be more of ourselves in the outside world and less of this distorted version of ourselves. And we want to be able to experience the outside world without having this distorted version of the outside world, right? And so, with a lot of us, well, I shouldn't say with a lot of us, with each and every one of us, we have like certain themes within this survival field, right? And we kind of see everything through that lens. Our interaction is through that lens until we break out of it. And this goes to the idea of Easter, you know, like when we're trying to increase vagal tone, decrease dysregulation, we're like a little chick in an egg. We're like a little chick that's in an egg that's incubating and it's growing and it's doing whatever. And then at some point, the chick breaks through the egg and then gets to run around on the grass and be under the sun and go out and live however it wants to live, and does the things that it wants to do. There's a whole nother level of being because it's broken out of the egg, right? And so this is the symbolism for the soul, right? The egg represents the soul, the ability for us to incubate inside and break through the egg so that we get to express the soul in the outside world. And so the idea with Easter, with the rabbit hiding the egg, and the little kids have to go out and find the egg, and it just seems like some little cute idea that some department store probably put forth way back in the day. And even if it was, still divinely guided, you know. There's a lot of symbolism in that little process that gets done. And the rabbit represents, if you've ever watched a rabbit like out in your yard and everything, it does everything on instinct. It never thinks anything out. It's always reacting. Right? It's always reacting. If you watch them, they run really fast and then they stop and their eyes kind of glaze over and then they dart off into another direction. And they're basically just a reactive, instinctive animal. They don't really think, they don't really have strategy. They're just super, super reactive. You could say that a rabbit represents like the stress mechanisms, like how stress impacts us. And if you think about the idea of Easter, where the rabbit hides the egg, all our reactions, all our instinctive responses, all our stress responses, all of these stress responses hide the egg from us, right? And we have to find the egg. We have to find the egg so we can break out of the egg, right? And so part of part of calming down the body, calming down the vagal tone, calming down the dysregulation and bringing vagal tone up and calming down dysregulation is finding the egg, right? We found the egg. Now we can incubate the egg, we can nurture it, and at some point we can break out of that eggshell, right? And then start expressing ourselves in the outside world. This isn't the complete process, but it's a step, you know. Later we'll be doing There's several different kinds of stresses that part of like when we do the materialization breath, that is what you're doing is you're refining that stress field so that you can get to the other side. At first we're doing it with something that we're trying to target, but eventually we just want to keep breaking up the egg so we can get to the other side, right? So today and tomorrow is about kind of starting to clean up that field and generating the ability to start trying to break up the egg, right? Start to break up that layer of stress or that atmosphere. The way that I was talking about it the other night is like, you build a rocket ship and you got to make sure that the rocket ship can get off the ground and get up into the air and get up into the sky. And the goal is to get to the moon or just get to outer space and get to the space station or launch a satellite or, whatever it is. But in building the rocket, you still have to get through that atmosphere. And so, first you got to get the rocket ship up. And then at some point, there's the atmosphere where you have to reinforce the rocket because it's going to burn the rocket up if it's not reinforced. That atmosphere is like our stress field. That stress field is an atmosphere that we can have good intentions and then we hit the stress field and everything goes to crap, right? Or, something good was happening and you have this amazing idea, then you try to go through the stress field and it all falls apart, right? You might have a relationship where you go, this is going to be amazing. And then, you try to get it through the stress field and then something happens, a weird conversation, whatever. There's all kinds of manifestations. But the idea is, how do we get to the other side? Like, how do we get to the other side of this? So first, we're going to just clean things up. And as the weeks and the next couple months goes by, we're going after that stress field. We're going after that survival field, right? We'll be able to enhance our ability to kind of go with the flow of things. Yeah. And so the very first thing we're going to do is we're just going to do some general cleanup on the field itself, right? And then we're going to increase our ability to deal with the stress field. But the very first thing we're going to do is clean up the stress field, right? So you have a bunch of choices: Absinthium, African bluegrass, arnica, bushy madgrass, cistus, Eucalyptus smithi for balsam, Gandhi root, hyssop, lavender, palo santo, poplar balsam, sage, and lang lang. The optional kit is lang lang. So before we get rolling, find your oil. Think of a couple of different situations, be it an active situation, a past event, even just people. And it could be good, it could be bad. It doesn't have to be just bad situations. But we're wanting to take a pulse of these situations. So as we work this field, how does it feel before and how does it feel after? So we're doing a before and after when we check in with these things. So check in with situations, just sit and visit it. Go, okay, I feel nothing, or a little stress there. Because even feeling nothing sometimes is uh, stress has even shut down your ability to feel. So you're just checking in with all these different areas. So first, just pull up whatever oil you're going to use and just at first start inhaling. No pattern, just start inhaling. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Hold the bottle up to about an inch from your nose and just take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then exhale slowly out through the mouth. Try to have the breath be nice and slow, like deep and long. So just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now you're just pausing and being still. Just pause and be still. Keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate. Okay, just begin inhaling the oil again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. No particular pattern. You're just inhaling. If you want, you can feel it in your body. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to begin now working the auric field, right? And we're going to do this by anchoring our attention and awareness on the body, but really we're working not in the body, we're working outside the body. We're working the aura. So we're dividing it up into quadrants, right? So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to put our awareness on the left side of our body. So left side of our face, left side of our neck, left shoulder, left ribs, left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. So your awareness is on the whole left side. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths as your awareness is on the left side of the body. And then just pause for a moment, let it incubate. Can you tell a difference between the left side of your body and the right? Okay. Now you're doing the front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, the front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Be sure that your awareness is on the whole front side, not just the upper part. Be sure that you're getting down low by your legs and lower legs. You're pausing and being still. Now, let's do the right side of the body. Your whole right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, your right ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And then pause and be still. Just let it incubate. Your awareness is on the back side, the back of the head and neck, your whole back, the back of your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels, the whole backside. Pause and be still. Just pause and be still. How is that feeling to you? How does that feel to you? Feels nice, yeah. Now, those same things that you checked in with before, the person, the situation, the past event, check in with them and just see how they feel compared to, 45 minutes ago. So this time we did kind of a long, slow, process going through, like where we inhaled and then we paused before we do the next one. And we're going to do it now where we just go left, front, right, back, and do like kind of a quicker pace. But before we do that, let's do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself and type in. Let's see how you did and how you processed it before we go through and do a little quicker version of it. The quicker version is probably the thing you'll do more often, but still it's nice to do the really long, slow version from time to time.
And you can unmute yourself, you can type in, you can raise your hand. Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. Um, I'm glad you just mentioned that because that was the question I had written down. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do it for that long a period,
No,
but
like that's like a holiday version of it, it's like, oh, it's Easter. I'm gonna go through and do it slow. Like where most times you're like, what can I do with 10 or 15 minutes? Like it's
okay.
gonna be more like that. Yeah.
So you could do it even if you were in a rush, 7 minutes, and
Totally.
how often do you do that? I mean, this seems like something
I
you do.
I I mean, you could do it daily. Like, you could even do it a couple times a day. I would say the thing that, because it's about like the external world. So like if you have like somebody you're interacting with that you might have difficulty with, it'd be a time to do it. You have some project you're trying to get done. You're just doing something in the outside world and it's like it's been a little wonky out there. Be it that it's the environment or you've been struggling with something, like just clean up the field so that it becomes easier to interact with anything that you're doing. So like activity, goals, projects, even like how you like to do your like work with metal and things like that. I would even do it then because it would enhance the creative process of like, expressing through the art of what you're doing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So would wearing any of these oils or just kind of spraying
Yeah,
yourself
no, it would
down?
be helpful. Yeah, you could spray, you could wear it, you could put a few drops on the wrist. Like my kind of go-to thing is I like to do the wrist, usually a couple drops on the heart, and then between the first and second toe, but like up on the foot, like when you kind of dig in between those bones, I like to put some like right there. It's like an acupuncture point that, just kind of helps to shift the whole body.
Interesting. Okay, so when I was doing the back, I was trying to make sure that I was, because I was getting distracted. I was trying to make sure that I was doing the entire back at the same time, but it kept going to my hamstring.
Yeah, that's usually a kind of a weird hotspot. Like when we're in a more stressed state, be it that it's in the OR program or in the outside world, the tendency is the body becomes flexor dominant. Like that's why like the fetal position feels so good when you're sick is you're just relaxing all your flexors and letting them do what they do. And so hamstrings it definitely would play a role with that. And the thing that's interesting is that when the hamstrings are tight, it also directly corresponds to the level or degree of activation in the adrenals. Like if you can relax your hamstring, your adrenals usually calm down. And even when you're trying to calm down your adrenals, a lot of times you'll feel it like, oh, my hamstrings are relaxing. And so that's one that, like for myself, I've been going at that for years, and they're way better than they used to be. But apparently, I was in a super stressed, dysregulated state for, maybe a couple of decades or decade and a half or something, and it's taken a lot to unwind them, and they're much better, but I give them attention all the time.
So how do you give them attention? Do you do it?
Just like that, and then I put oils on the back of them, like things that are relaxing, even things that are here, like in the list of oils to choose from. You could put it there because they're also going to be supportive of, helping to release the stress in that field. And remember that field is an energetic mold or blueprint that physicalizes into the body, but it is also an energetic mold or blueprint that physicalizes into the outside world. When we did the work programs, we were looking at it physicalizing into the body. So now we're looking at it as it physicalizes into the outside world. So we don't want to carry that stress out there. And still, our body will have a reaction. So, like any of these things are good. I I like to use the things that are listed here. Lang Lang feels actually incredibly good on the area, but the other one that like any of the pain blends works really good for the hamstrings. And then I like to put on Blue Healer. Blue Healer on the back of the legs feels really good to me. You know.
That's awesome. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Good morning. How about the arms, Greg, please? And arms and hands. How involved just what I'm drawn to spend time on in the fingertips?
Hmm.
Just what I'm drawn to spend time on. I guess this time I did feel more. I don't know how to describe it. I guess I'm beginning to connect more with the aura or something because I could really almost feel that it was stuck, places it was stuck, and like to go back up
Okay.
and clear it. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
saying? Which was quite different, and I almost got a color, almost. I've or
Oh,
right
nice.
close to it.
Yeah.
Um, because I'm not a pranic healer, so
Right, right.
it's taken quite a while. And of course, it was with my son because I have not heard from him. So
Sure.
it's
Sure, sure.
it's sort of there's a blessing and a curse in that.
Yeah.
I
I
can't quite
mean,
win.
just like we were talking about, like that is a source of stress. Like you're concerned about him, you're worried about him, but
Yeah,
then sometimes when you interact with him, it's also a different kind
yeah,
of stress. And so, like you said, it's like, ooh, it's always kind of generating some sort of stress response. And there's different kinds of stresses. So you're probably having experiencing different kinds of stress with that depending on how the interaction goes. And so yeah, I mean this is general cleanup.
Yes.
And we're going to go through and we're going to do the process that helps us to be able to deal with the field and become less reactive. Like, basically today and tomorrow we're trying to find the egg, right? And so the thing that's going to happen over the next, month or two is we're going to start talking about the different kinds of stresses, what they are, why they happen, and how to treat them. And, anytime we're trying to shift out of a pattern, break out of a loop, we start to break out of it. But depending on how much stress is there, remember, the stress is like the bodyguard that goes, no, you don't get to do this, or you stay where you're at, or nobody gets to come in. And so we're gonna diminish that bodyguard for these loops so that you can break out of these repetitive patterns of whatever it might be, especially when it's the outside world. We're already getting pretty good at doing it in the body, for us. But the
Yeah.
bigger one is the outside world.
I kind of had an appointment yesterday that was up
Mhm.
closer to Portland, and just getting there, and coming back, it was such a long, long day.
Mhm.
And boy, I'm really only good still almost for 3 or 4 kind of things to do, so to speak, when I'm out. And I was so drained last night. I was so drained. Um,
Mhm.
in the past, you recommended an oil, and I have it. It's called like Birch Complex. It was for pain. Um,
Mhm.
would that be a good one for me to be working with right now?
Anytime there's any sort of pain or like a little bit of like physical struggle or anything like that, that's like tied to like body tension and things, base of the skull, on the wrist, and you could also rub it on areas that might be compromised.
Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
so
you.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, hey.
So
See.
I was trying to get to the unmute button there. So thank you. This is my first time. Um,
Oh, well, thanks for hanging out with us.
yeah, so Heidi and Robin Wynn
Oh yeah.
commended
Yeah,
the
yeah.
this. So two things. One is just what I felt was just like on my when we did the left side first, I just felt like a relaxation of that shoulder. I could tell it was lower than the other side. And
Hmm.
by the time we went all around, everything sort of just felt a little more, oh, still more to go, but it just definitely felt.
Yeah. Like, and that's kind of the idea. Some of the stresses are maybe the way that our body is functioning, and we have a little bit of dysregulation in the body or lack of vagal tone. But I would say a significant amount of stress or tension we feel in the body is the effects of the outside world on us. And as we're going through and doing this is, it's going to impact the body, but it's also impacting the aura. And by working it like left, front, right, and back, it has just that pattern. Even if you weren't using oils, if you moved your attention to the left, to the front, to the right, to the back, would actually have a stabilizing effect on your energy body and your physiology. And then when we add the oils, it intensifies that. It steps it up. And so, we might not feel like stressed out, but we could be like maybe not as stabilized, and when I say that, I'm talking about the physiology. Like, your physiology is a little bit like still dealing with problems, even though they might have ended like a year ago. The body is still in this phase of like trying to stabilize it. And it's like another way of saying like stress, like how your body handles stress. And so when you go through and you go left, front, right, back, you keep stabilizing the body. And like the thing that I would say is you're starting to to anchor that stabilization so that if there is any sort of external agitation, and like say, something bad happens or we get upset or somebody gets upset at us or, whatever it might be, just some weird deadline that we have to hit, that we can get stressed out, but then the body stabilizes even faster. Like, the body perceives things very differently than the mind. And even though the event might have only lasted for 15 minutes and was like 3 years ago, your body still thinks that that is happening a lot of times, so, because of what the nervous system had to do to adjust to that 15 minutes that 3 years ago. And so the body is still in that state of like, it's going to happen again, or it's still happening. And so that ability to stabilize that, it's like a way of like ending the neural loops that happen. You complete them, and then your body goes into like a restorative phase. And so it usually improves like how we physically feel. And then, it's calming to the emotions and to the mind. Even though our emotions and mind might feel calm, you're like, "Ugh, I feel a little calmer. My mind's a little quieter." And then it improves our ability to deal with the external world or the outside world.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to mention that on my screen that the chat is disabled because I was going to write this in, but I think being disabled gave me the opportunity to speak. So
Oh, yeah, good.
yeah. So there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for mentioning that about the chat. So we have it so it's just like private chats over to Plant Prana Oils or to Apothecary Geek, both co-hosts. So
Oh.
you'll press the plus sign when you go to the chat, and then you just have to choose either Apothecary Geek or Plant Prana Oils, and then we will get those ones.
All right. Thank you. I guess I didn't register that. So thank you. Yeah.
Well, we're happy
Yeah.
that you
Yeah,
were
thanks for
able to.
joining
It's
us.
always great talking to you guys. And then somebody shared, starting at a royal pace has been so good.
Oh,
I
good.
needed that.
Yeah.
Super settling.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with these weekends is, yes, it's like a class and it's education, but at the same time, it's also a therapy session. And, I figure a lot of times we're going to go a little deeper in the weekend than we would like during the week or on our own and everything. And so, I like to do the slow pace so we have the deeper experience, but then we're going to come back and do kind of what you would probably do on your own, where we just kind of go through it kind of fast and that way you have both experiences and there might be times where you're like, I have a little bit of free time tonight. I'm going to go a little deeper. Or it's Sunday, I'm going to go a little deeper. And then there's going to be times where I'm super stressed out. I have 10 minutes and then I got to go to bed. And you can do the quicker paced version of it. But it definitely will help. But like sometimes if you know the difference, you're like, this feels like a long, slow session, not a quickie. So, yeah.
Well, and I wanted to say, even just at the beginning, when you had us think of like an event or something and then have the body awareness, it was really interesting to see how many different places like popped up right away and to what intensity. So then after we did the whole left, front, right, back and had the awareness again and thought of the event, I could feel like, oh, that spot's still like really, they're still firing.
Mhm.
But some of the other ones were much more dissipated. It was nice.
So kind of building on what she was saying is that, your energy field, your aura is an energetic molder blueprint that physicalizes inward and also physicalizes outward. Like it would be how we interact with situations and also what we attract and what we connect to, right? And so when we sit and we like think of a person or we think of situation or a past event, part of what happens is we're visiting it in our mind, but our body is experiencing it like it's back in that situation or it's with that person. It's like that idea of like planning a vacation almost is that is as therapeutic as going on the vacation, because the body starts thinking like, yeah, we're on vacation. We're going on vacation. We're on vacation. And so when we visit those different scenarios, part of what happens is it brings it up into the field, and then when we go through and treat it, like it calms it down. And so whatever distortions or disruptions might be in the field, as we visit those different situations, and then we go through and do the quadrants, just like I was saying to Deborah, it kind of stabilizes the aura that is the energetic molder blueprint, consistent with those situations. And so even like what I was saying to Laura, it's like if you have a project, think of the project and then do this. If you are going out and dealing with a difficult person, like they're usually already on your mind, but you go, okay, here we go. I'm going to have to go deal with this person. And then you do the aura and you keep refining the aura so that you can break out of that pattern. You know, you want to be able to shift out of whatever weird dynamic is with that person, that situation, that past event. And so it just helps us to be closer to who we are rather than the distorted version because of all the stuff in that atmosphere that we call the stress field or survival field. So, how about we take a break and we'll come back and we'll do the slow version. So, we'll come back at 20 till the hour. So, we'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll see you in 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And so, let's go ahead and still be using the same oil. So, whatever oil you were using, go ahead and pull that out. If you want to switch, you can, but you can keep using the same thing. And we're going to do the same process. We're just going to do it at a little quicker pace. Okay, so again, let's just start with taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths, not directing our attention anywhere. Just nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Okay. So we're going to go through and we're going to do a little bit quicker pace through the 4 quadrants. So your awareness is on the left side of the body, left side of the face and neck, the left shoulder and ribs, hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that left side of your body. Move your awareness to the front side of the body. The face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the right side of the body, right side of the face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. Move to the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. And then just pause and let go. Pause and let go. You're just being still. Okay, we're going to do it again. So you have your oil ready. Go ahead and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of the face and neck, left shoulder and ribs, left hip, down the leg to the left outer ankle. Move to the front side of the body, the face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of the feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And now the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, your whole back and hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. And then just let go. Just let it all go. Let it incubate for a minute. Notice how you feel. Check in with the person, the situation, or the past event, and just notice how you feel. How does that feel for you? Looks like it's making you sleepy. Okay, so we went through and we worked on that aspect of that survival field, that stress field. And now we're going to go a little bit deeper and work the energy centers of the body that are the lower centers that directly correspond to our level or degree of stress that we experience and interact with. So you're going to put your awareness on your navel. Your awareness is on your navel, and you're using the same oil, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're going to move your awareness to the spleen. So it's the left-hand side of your body below your ribs. So your left-hand side of your body below your ribs. Your awareness is on that area below your ribs. Now you're going to your low back, the back side of your navel. So if you follow your navel through the body to the low back area, you're putting your awareness on that low back area, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is there as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And let's do that again. Your awareness is on the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. Then just let go. Your awareness is on your spleen, left hand side of your body, below your ribs. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let it go. Now we're going to go to the low back, which is the area that you're shooting for, is the back side of the navel. So if you follow the navel through the body and you come out on the back side, that's where your attention and awareness will be. Your awareness is on that low back area, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then just pause and let it go. Now your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. And then just pause and be still. Now, the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. And then just be still. Be still, be aware. Okay, we're going to use the same oil and we're just going to do a little bit of a deeper release on the things that we're releasing. Now we're going to go to the solar plexus, that area below the ribs, right? So you're using that same oil, or you can switch to one of the other ones if you'd like, but try to stick to the list. And your awareness is on the front solar plexus, which is below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now you're going to move your awareness to the back solar plexus, which is the mid back area below your shoulder blades. So, mid back area below your shoulder blades, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. Hmm. You're on the back solar plexus. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, you're letting go of the back shoulder. You're going to that low back area, the back side of the navel. And you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. Then just pause and let it go. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now, there is an advanced version of this, but we'll do it after lunch. We won't do it before. But how about we'll do shares and questions. We'll process this and see how you guys did. And depending on how long that goes, we might do another round before lunch. And if not, we'll do it after lunch. So let's go ahead and unmute, type in, and go ahead and fire away. Let's see how you guys are doing. You should feel a little bit less stressed. How do you feel a little bit less stressed? I'm laughing because Samantha has probably yawned like 40 times and she looks sleepy and she has some things on the couch and she's like, I can't lay down, but all she has to do is pick them up and move them and she can lay down. But she's too relaxed to do that. So yeah. Yeah, anyway.
When we first did the first process,
Mhm.
I did start getting a headache. Then I switched to a different oil and it just
Wiped
really,
it out.
yeah, it really
Mhm.
did.
Mm.
But it wasn't until we did that last Part C application with the solar plexuses that I felt like, okay, now I can't stop yawning. Now
Yeah.
everything feels better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, it was great. I think you might have knocked out a couple other people. Let's see. Someone shared, this has been so deep and powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a different thing that we're cleaning up in the aura and the energy body. But that's the thing. Like when you start getting really specific, you can go very deep very quickly. Produce a result and cause a shift or a change to like a more like healing or regenerative state. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little quiet. I think people want to go just a little deeper before lunch, Craig.
We'll give them another minute and then we'll do it.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do another round. So again, you're using the oil. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the back solar, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now let that go. And you're going to your low back, the backside of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause and let it go. And that feel. Well, how did that treat you? If you want, we can unmute and type in. We might do it after lunch, but we'll open it up right now. You want to do shares or questions? If not, we'll also do it after lunch.
Yeah, go ahead, Danelle.
Hey,
Hey, Greg.
That was very calming and soothing.
Yeah.
I used Palo Santo.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
yeah, I still feel, I guess, somewhat alert, not super knocked out.
Hmm.
The what I noticed, so the events in the world are really affecting me.
Sure.
So some of that kept creeping in,
Sure.
but and then I would feel very calm.
Hmm.
So yeah, I mean, my husband's Iranian. We have a lot of friends and family over there. So
Oh, is
I,
everybody okay?
as far as I know, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, and so, kind of when I'm watching the news, I get really agitated.
Oh,
And
I see.
then would this kind of the
Yes.
process and what we're doing, okay, help?
And we were just doing like a little like event with a small group of people, and same issue came up. And
Yeah,
one of the things I was saying is that like in the old days, 15, 20 years ago, there would be stressful things, stressful events, but you kind of knew what was going to happen. Kind of. Like, even if
yeah,
it wasn't that accurate, you're like, yeah, it's going to be like this for the next few weeks or the next month, or this is the way this year is going to go. Where now it's day by day. You have no
right.
idea. You have, like, you wake up and look at the news, and it's like, what kind of day are we having today?
Yes.
And regardless of where or what, it's just, and part of it is, we're in a time with a changing of an age,
Yeah,
and there's a change of patterns of how the world functions. And, it turns into the Wild West. And, regardless of where people land or what side or whatever, there kind of is no sides. It's just,
yeah.
ugh, right? And so this has to start being a daily event where we go, okay, there's the chaos on the outside world. I gotta calm myself and bring myself to like a restored state so that I can deal with whatever is there. Because if we're left to like just whatever happens externally, it's going to be easy to tailspin. It's going to be super easy to
Yes.
spin. And so just like, ugh, okay, not a big sphere of influence that we could do about anything in the world, except we can maintain our world and how we feel and how we interact with people, and not go to stressed out place or a crazy place because of all the events going on in the world. And you know um, I would say that it becomes a bit of a daily practice. It doesn't have to
Y-
be a big practice, but even in the situations of having inner experiences, which I think, if there's a benefit for the world being crazy, is it's showing us that as things change out here, we have to find our center, our place of
Yeah.
balance, and bringing that, because the same thing happens when we go deeper into the inner world. Like when we start to have deeper spiritual experiences, when we begin to experience the soul, we, to a deeper level, there's a little bit of displacement, and there is that, like, a little bit of disruption in our internal environment. And even with that, we have to find our place of balance. And a lot of times we think of going to the inner world as like a place of refuge, and to a certain extent it is. But at the same time, if we go deeper and we have deeper experiences, just like the world out there impacts us, the inner world is not of the material world, right? So then when that deeper experience comes in and hits the material world, there's just a little bit of an adjustment period. And the practice of just bringing stability to your life and finding that place of balance, regardless of what's going on out there, kind of helps you with like having a deeper experience that you can stabilize and bring it into the physical world. And so, not that it's good that all those things are happening out there, but
Yeah.
still there's usually a significant, like, through the ages, when there's been a lot of like chaos or turmoil in the outside world, there has also been rapid growth for some individuals. And
Yeah.
even in the refinement in certain traditions or practices, there's been like a rapid level of development in those difficult times, because people are really having to apply them at that time. And so, you know, um, I would make it a daily practice.
Okay.
Even if it's
Yeah.
just this simple piece, just
Sure.
like, you can do it in about 20 minutes. We did like a long, slow version of it, but like you could
Yeah.
do it in about 20 minutes. So you could do it just daily, or like, hey, it got really weird today. I'm gonna spend a little extra time doing it.
Okay. Yeah. I also noticed too, because I was listening to the Angel recording for this week, and I had a lot of just stress. Aside from
Mhm.
that, my mom had a surgery, and so it was interesting though. Like when I was doing the Angel process, it was number 11. Sorry, I forgot the Angel's name. Um, but
Devagaya, I think is what she,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. I was able to kind of get out of the fear place and stay very, very calm and centered
Oh, good.
um, through that. And I found that really interesting because I know that I'm not sure if the angels have an effect on the aura or not, but I know
Yeah,
that I do feel very, very soothed and calmed
yeah,
after I do a lot of the angel work too.
good. Yeah, it's perfect for this time, the days we're in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. And as far as like picking up kind of other people's energies too, because I know that
Hmm.
affects the aura as
Hmm.
well.
Hmm.
I know like the news, but then like loved ones and that type of thing.
Sure.
This practice will help kind of
Yeah,
clear.
that's what this is for, is
Yeah. Okay.
everything external.
External. Okay. That's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Yeah.
People, events, situations, news,
Great. Yeah.
projections, whatever it is, like everything external. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah, definitely perfect timing for it.
good. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, my pleasure.
I think that's our shares for
Okay.
now.
Okay. So, and if something comes up or you want to share after lunch, we can do that, but we'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 5 to 2. So we'll come back at right around 2, and we'll kind of see if you guys have questions or shares, and then we'll jump right in and do the more advanced version of the solar plexus aspect. So, hey everybody, let's come on back. So we're gonna do a little bit more of what we did before we move on. And I thought I'd open it up to questions and shares. We had done the practice right before lunch, and it's pretty relaxing. So you might have taken a little bit to ask or share, but let's open it up to shares and questions. And if not, we'll just jump right in. Seems like we'll just jump right in. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go through and do the beginning where we did the 4 quadrants. Then we're going to do the next aspect where we do the lower centers, and then we're going to do the advanced solar plexus technique. And so we'll do that, and then we'll cut it out later and put it on what is it, YouTube or whatever we put it on, so that you can have a direct like link to do like a nightly practice if you'd like. So we won't do the long drawn out thing. I won't be chatting through it. We're just going to go through, do a recording of it, and go from there. Okay. So get whatever oil you'd like to work with, the same oils that we were working before lunch. And then let's start with the left side of the body. So left side of the face, neck, the left shoulder and ribs, the left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the left side of your body. Move your awareness to the front side of the body, your face, throat, your chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Now go to the right side of the body, the right side of the face and neck, the right shoulder, right ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And then the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, the backs of your legs to your heels. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still for a moment. You're just pausing and being still. Okay, we're going to application B. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the navel. You're on the navel, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spleen, left hand side, below your ribs. Your awareness is on the left hand side of your body, below the ribs. Now, your awareness is on the Meng Men, which is the low back area, the back side of the navel. Your awareness is on the back side of the navel. Move your awareness to the sixth chakra. And then the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. How's this feeling to you? Okay, we're going to do the solar plexus, but we're going to do the advanced solar plexus technique. So this is how it will work. You're going to hold the bottle in front of your nose. You're going to take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Then you're going to hold your breath for as long as you can, right? And then as you exhale, your awareness, you're going to keep it on the solar plexus, right? So you're going to inhale, hold your breath. Your awareness is still on the solar plexus. And then again, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Exhale with your awareness on the solar plexus. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. Right? So inhale, your awareness is on the front solar plexus. And then hold your breath. And then when you're ready, slowly exhale and then be still. Just be still for a moment. Again, inhale, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hold your breath. And then eventually exhale. Again, inhale, nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. And when you're ready, slowly exhale. One more time. Inhale, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hold your breath. When you're ready, awareness on the solar plexus, exhale. Then just be still for a moment. Okay, we're going to do it now on the back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're going to take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath with your awareness on the back solar plexus. Slowly exhale. Okay, inhale. Awareness is on the back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Slowly exhale. Again, inhale. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Slowly exhale. One more time. Inhale. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're exhaling slowly. Just be still for a moment. Okay, so now we're going to do the Ming Men. You can either breathe normally or you can still do the hold the breath. Right? So let's do holding your breath. So your awareness is on the Ming Men. Long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Your awareness on the Ming Men, that low back area, slowly exhale. Again, awareness is on the low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Slowly exhale. Again, nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. When you're ready, awareness on the Ming Men, slowly exhale. And one more time. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Slowly exhale. You're just being still. So we can edit that out. Okay, so we're going to edit that out so you have a little short that you can follow. It's about 20 minutes long, 20, 25 minutes long. So it's a quick practice that you can do at the end of the day, or it doesn't have to be the end of the day, but it could be any point. But most likely you'll do it at the end of the day. And you can make it a little bit of a daily practice if you'd like. It's a way to kind of flush out the external world, calm down the stresses of the external world, and you just get to that place of balance kind of quickly, right? So let's go ahead and open it up to questions and shares. And if not, we'll move into the next application, or the next segment, I should say. So go ahead and unmute and type in if you like. Now, we're going to work 5 potentials. Nobody really. Okay. So we're going to work 5 potentials that reduce our stress and our stress response and the effects of the outside world on us, right? So the very first thing is the ability to harness light or contain light. So as we bring in the light, which comes in through the intuitive mind, if we're in a very super stressed out state, it's going to hit that stress. And remember, stress is the bodyguard that protects the repetitive processes that we're doing, right? So it's going to push back on the light. This is a way to bring the light in and contain it so that it helps to reorganize these repetitive loops that are happening, right? So we're going to choose from galbanum, Litsea cubeba, sandalwood, schizandra, vetiver, or lang lang. And in your optional kit, you actually have 2 choices, vetiver and lang lang. So choose which oil. You're choosing your oil. And right off the bat, we're going to do what we call body listening. And body listening is that we take a moment and we become aware of our body. And part of what we're cultivating here is to shift out of focus and into awareness or into the intuitive mind. Having the ability to be aware of your surroundings is also tied to the intuitive processes, right? Being able to be aware of our body is tied to the intuitive processes. When we're focused, we're more in the intellectual mind. So we're trying to shift out of focus and we're trying to shift into awareness. Here, we're also trying to increase our mind hearing the body, right? As our mind hears the body calms down, and we shift out of dysregulation, and we go into deeper levels of vagal tone, which is rest, repair, heal, and increased awareness, right? It's also releasing. Right? We release things from the past. We release trauma, fears, stress, whatever that might be. So we want to be able to achieve that state, right? So part of it is just the observation itself of observing the body. We're starting to shift from focus where we're starting to check in with different parts of our body. We're already starting to shift into awareness, but then we focus on an area that might be bothering us, right? And it might not be like, it's not going to be like, oh, I have a bad shoulder. We're wanting to assess the body and feel the tension or the agitation in the body. We might be fine, but with a certain situation, we think of like that person at work, and all of a sudden it's like I feel some agitation on my shoulder. You think about the person in your family, and I go, I'm feeling tension in my buttocks. They're apparently a pain in my butt, right? So then you would put your awareness on that area, right? So you want to put your awareness on the area where you feel the tension because you're unwinding, right, that dysregulated response. You're focusing on an area and you're shifting it out of dysregulation into vagal tone, into rest and repair, into healing, into letting light or life force into that area, right? By doing this, we help to regulate ourselves with the different things that might be happening in the environment. So the observation is as important as what we end up focusing on. And then we focus, right? And you're like, oh, that spot. And then you'll notice you'll be focusing. And then all of a sudden there'll be an expansion, right? Right. So let's give it a shot. First, we'll do it without oil. Okay. So observe your body. Where do you feel some tension? Good areas to look are the muscles along the spine, your jaws, your hips, and your hamstrings. But it could be anywhere. So you're observing your body. Now, wherever you feel something in your body, put your awareness on that area, focus on that area, and just keep your attention and awareness on that area. Okay, and just pause and be still. Okay, we're going to do body listening again. Observe your body. You're observing your body. You're focused on a spot. And as you focus on your spot, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with whatever oil you're using. You're observing your body. You're listening to your body as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Again, you're going to be aware of your body. Might not be the same place. So observe your body again. Where do you feel something in your body? If you're not aware of anything, then go to the spine. Focus on an area. You're inhaling with your awareness on that area of the body. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Okay, so we've done body listening a few rounds. Now we're going to do a little bit of cleanup, right? So your awareness is going to the Ming Men. So a lot of times when we do the body listening, the body calms down and the mind becomes more activated, right? And so if there's anything that kind of came up or is in the middle of processing or releasing, this next piece with the Ming Men helps to flush it out, right? So your awareness is on the low back area, the backside of the navel. This is an area that is associated with transmuting any sort of stress in the body, and it's associated with raising the vibration of the body. So basically, unwinding any sort of a loop that's in the body. So your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just pausing and being still. Okay, let's do the Ming Men again. Low back area, backside of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're pausing and letting go. Now we come to the area of containment. So you're going to put your awareness between your eyebrows and you're going to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're pausing and being still. Okay. Notice how you feel. We're going to do the next piece, but before we do that, we're going to take a break. So we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll do the next piece and we'll put it all together and then we'll talk about it if you'd like. And if not, we'll just move on to the next. So I'll see you at 25 after. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Sorry for taking so long. So we did the body listening, the Mingmen, and the Ajna. Now we're going to do the materialization breath and cycle back through again. Okay, so application B is the materialization breath. And this is about anchoring or physicalizing light. Anytime you're doing this, you're anchoring and physicalizing light into wherever you're directing it. Just in general, it also is an expression through the stress aura to the outside environment. So you're anchoring it in the body, you're physicalizing it into the body, and then it's emanating out. So you're pushing it through that stress atmosphere, right? So you're going to take whatever oil you've been using, you're going to hold it up to your chest, and the materialization breath is simply you go down, you inhale through your nose, you hold your breath, you bring your head up, and when you get all the way to the top, you exhale through the mouth. That would be one breathing cycle. So then you do it again. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. And then down, inhale, hold your breath, and then up, exhale. And then down, inhale, up, exhale. Right? So when we do this, we want to do 8 to 9 breathing cycles. If you go a little longer and do a little more, that's okay, but you want to do around 8 or 9. Okay? So hold your bottle to your chest. Your chin goes down. Inhale, hold your breath. Up, exhale. Down, inhale. 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 Up, exhale. Now you're just being still. You're being still, you're being aware. Now, in this process, we're containing light, right? But also part of the manifestation of containing light is as you do the materialization breath and as you do the work in application A, part of what you're doing is you're containing the emotions and you're containing the thoughts. So if you contain the emotions and you contain the thoughts, then when you hit that stress field, right, you're going to have a much reduced potential for being fragmented, distracted, and scattered, right? So whatever is happening out there, or when we try to project outward, the more that everything's contained, it's like reinforcing it so you can pierce through that stress field. right? If we're like in an expanded state and we go to do it, things will fragment. We'll lose direction. We'll lose our ability to manifest or to interact with the outside world. We'll have fragmented emotions. We'll have fragmented thoughts. We'll kind of lose our direction. We'll lose our thought. We might shut down, or we end up doing things we have no intention of doing, and not in a good way, like in a not so good way, right? And so the more that we do this process, the more we do this practice, the more we keep containing things so that when you push forward, it's like you're reinforcing it to be able to go out into the outside world. And whatever comes in at you, you're less reactive because, again, you're not fragmenting, right? When we fragment with incoming things, that's when we go into external loops and then we get hooked into some sort of stress pattern or some negative pattern that then it becomes harder to break out of, right? So let's do that again. Hold the bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. Do about 5 or 6 more at your own pace. And when you're done, just be still. Hmm. Okay, again, bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, and do 7 or 8 more at your own pace. And then you're just being still. Now, the way to make this more potent is to focus on different areas in your life, things that are going on, past events, or even people. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to focus on negative things or things that you want. You're anchoring light. You're helping to generate like the movement that's associated with light, which means it continuously evolves and flows. It flows with divine order. If we don't bring light into the situation, eventually, even though it might be good now, it's going to degenerate. We want it to align with divine order. We want to harness divine order, right? And so the harnessing of divine order is a manifestation of divine intelligence, right? And so when we focus on the different areas, it's like different areas where we're piercing that veil of stress or survival modes, right? Where we're piercing through that and we're anchoring it in the external world. So the more we focus on the things that we already know, for one, it's more stabilizing to us, right? It helps us to anchor and ground the light, but it keeps breaking down that veil or that stress field or that survival auric field, right? So just doing it in general is good, but focusing on the different areas in your life, good or bad, actually will intensify that and make it stronger. So think of, let's do one at a time. Let's pick a person. Pick a person, could be somebody that you're close to, could be a person at work, a friend, doesn't matter. Somebody you have a conflict with. Observe that situation. You're observing that situation. Okay, you're letting it go. Bottle to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths, and you're doing them at your own pace. And when you're done, be still. You're just being still. Okay, let's think of a situation, an active situation, some project, some activity that you have going on right now. Sit and observe it. Let that go. Bottle to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace.
And then when you're done, just be still. Concentrating. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, you're good. Okay, so we're only doing a one cycle for each. So we did a person, we did an event, or excuse me, a situation. Now we're going to do an event. So a past event, something that's already happened, it's already done, but still it might be impacting us. So good or bad, observe a past event. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, and your thoughts. So let's explore this segment 2 a little bit. So we've done application A, we've done application B. Now let's loop back around and do application A again. So feel it in your body. Now that we've gone through and we've done all these processes, go back and revisit the body, see how things have shifted, something deeper. You might be able to access something deeper, or you might feel like, oh, everything feels good. If you can't feel anything, then your awareness is on your spine. So observe your body. You're focused on some area in your body. Not yet, but we're about to. So you're observing that area in your body. And go ahead and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths while you observe that area of your body. And then just let it go. Just let it go. Now, move your awareness to the low back, the backside of the navel, known as the Ming Men. Your awareness is on the Ming Men. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, let go for a moment. You're moving your awareness to between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between the eyebrows. And then just pause and let go. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're doing 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths at your own pace. You're just being still. Just being still. Yeah, let's do it one more time. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Okay. How do you feel? Think of it like this, like you're containing light, right? But also if you think about like sometimes when you're trying to put an effort in, maybe your efforts get a little scattered or you have too many things on your plate or you're not sure of the direction. So you do several things or you're not able to even do one particular thing. So it's about containing the light, which is also containing effort, which is also containing the emotion so that the emotions aren't fragmented and having emotions about all different kinds of things. The emotions are contained because whatever the emotions are, the intense emotions, whatever we experience intense emotions, whatever that's about, concretizes, good or bad, it concretizes. And then the same thing with the mind. It keeps the mind from being scattered. It helps contain the thoughts so that the thoughts can be directed. And anytime the thoughts are repetitive in nature or one pointed, it concretizes, right? So when we hit difficult situations, when we hit stress, when we have weird interactions with people, or we're just going through that stress field, or things are coming at us through the stress field, one of the tendencies is to fragment, right? To fragment mentally, emotionally, physically, and also to fragment the light. And so this segment is all about containing that and then being able to focus it where you want it to go. Right? So let's maybe have some shares or questions if you'd like. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you can unmute yourself or type in. Let's just see how you're doing and how you processed all of that.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
I did have a question. I've had it for a little while. So
Mhm.
when we are observing, and I this time for a past event, I chose one that's been really hard for like forgiveness wise. Okay.
Sure.
So so I knew, and have tried to avoid it because it always really is definitely a bit of a hot spot or trigger for me.
And like on that note, like, I think we all have, something like, something similar. When we're addressing something like that, just keep in mind you don't have to do it all at once. Like, even the technique, you go, okay, there's here we're observing, we're doing the Ming we're doing the Ajna, and we're doing the materialization breath. Today I'm just going to observe and then I'll call it good. Like there's been several situations of my past where I'm like, I'm good. Like, I'll pick it up later. And eventually you'll get to be in the place where you can do that whole process. So,
Oh,
but
thank-
anyway, go ahead.
oh no, that was an excellent point and an excellent tip. Trust me. But what I was going to say was, so when we go from observing to
Mhm.
like materialization, have we kind of dropped the observing part and we're just materializing, or
Yeah,
am I
then you're
putting?
just materializing. Yeah,
Okay, because I kind of felt like I don't know if I really want to amp this thing up.
right. And the thing is like, the idea of materializing, you're not necessarily like materializing that situation, or like even if you have a bunch of negative feelings about it and negative thoughts, or there's like trauma about it, you're materializing light, which is like healing and innovating and resolving and restoration, in that you're not concretizing the situation, right? You're concretizing light as it has to do with that situation. Like one time this is, I don't know, a couple of years ago, I think, we were doing this process of just the materialization process, and I think I said something like, think of something you want to heal, and we'll go through and we'll do the materialization breath. And a student wrote in that, um, she didn't want to do it because she feels so bad about herself. She didn't want to concretize that.
Yeah.
And in other kinds of materialization practices, that is an issue because you're using intellect. You're either writing a bunch or you're doing visualization or whatever. But here, like when you have something that's negative like that, what you're doing is you're directing light to that. You're going beyond the senses, you're going beyond the intellect, you're pulling in light and intuition, and you're anchoring it into that. And so you're moving it forward, you're not making it stronger. Like you're actually making it like move, and you're dissipating that repetitiveness, because you could say that old situation, and like for that student, like how she felt about herself was also a kind of loop, right? it's
Yeah.
it's a kind of repetitive loop. That past traumatic event, it's a repetitive loop that is so upsetting that it's hard to even touch, right? And then when you do the materialization breath, you keep like kind of pounding it with light, and pretty soon what happens is it starts to wobble and it starts to break up, and you start breaking out of that loop where you don't have to keep experiencing it over and over again, because even though that might have been 20 or 30 years ago, you're still experiencing it in the body and the emotions and the mind. Even though you're distracted with other things, you're still experiencing it because it's in a loop. So
Mm.
you're distracted from it sometimes, but it's always there. It always feels like it's happening. And so really what you're doing when you're materializing and you're anchoring light is you're starting to set yourself free. Like
Oh, wow.
you're starting to go, I'm not doing this loop anymore. I'm not doing this repetition. I'm sick of this. I'm I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. I don't want to do this anymore.
Very well said, Greg.
Yeah.
Very well. And it landed. Thank you so much.
Good.
Thank
Good,
you.
good.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Quite
Yeah.
relaxed at this point.
Good.
I have an old bottle of vetiver, and it's separated. The new bottle I got in my plant teacher's kit, it's a clear, and this old one has separated and it's opaque now.
Separate. Like it's just hardened or?
No, it's still liquid, but it's definitely separated into a clear component, and there's something more opaque
What was it?
down the
Like a
bottom.
little tiny bottle that was in a class?
No, this was the one I've got's a 5 ml bottle.
Hmm. It's
The
probably has like thickened, and like sometimes the thickened part there'll be, because it's very resiny.
right.
And so like the denser part will be at the bottom, and then there is always like kind of a less dense part that's not quite as thick, like at the top.
Yes.
So a lot of times if you like heat up a cup of water, like you're
Hmm.
making tea, and then just set the bottle in there for like maybe 30 seconds or a minute, and then shake it up when it gets out. You just gotta, some of the really heavy resiny oils over a period of time, they'll thicken and they'll start to get solid. And,
Okay.
and they don't turn completely solid. It's like there's, how you would see like layers on the side of a mountain. They kind of do like that. That's what
Yeah.
it sounds like. If it was
Okay.
a little kit, sometimes I put a few drops of jojoba in it to extend the scent, but I
Hmm.
don't ever do that in the 5 ml bottles. I only do them like in the little kit size sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Good. Well, that was my question. Thanks.
How did the process treat you?
Good. Quite
Okay.
relaxing.
Good, good.
I've got a couple of, I would say, more emotional things
Mhm.
that I'm gonna, repeat the process on, like you said, over and over and over,
Oh, good.
to put more light into that.
Oh, good.
So, yeah. Thank you.
Good, good, good.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hello. That was amazing. Um,
Good, I'm glad.
Lots of sneezing today. I don't know if it's the pollen outside. I'm going to take it as a clearing. And I use Lang Lang today.
Hmm.
Um, it's it, I'm wondering if you can give me a perspective on this. A lot of the stuff came up is me absorbing energy as a child around situations that were super emotionally charged or repetitive.
Hmm.
And it was almost like I took on my mother's experiences. Just,
Yeah. How old were you?
oh geez. I mean, it was pretty persistent. Um, I was young.
Like 5 or younger or so?
I I want to say probably, yeah, 5 or younger, 8, 12. Like it was a pretty consistent experience
Hmm.
with her.
Hmm.
Just a lot of um emotional charge around a situation, and it was pretty repetitive even until she passed.
Okay.
It wasn't about me. I just happened to be
Sure.
there and be the
Sure, sure.
sponge. And as a child, I couldn't make it better. Of course, I wanted to,
Yeah.
but So it was both emotional and and repetitive mentally. So that was coming out um today. And but as a child, do you just are you just like an open sponge and your nervous system's like, hey, I'll integrate that and I'll take that and I'll take that?
Yeah, especially under the age of 8,
Yeah.
like 0 to 5,
Hmm.
definitely. As you get a little bit older, it starts to diminish. And 8, I mean, it can happen to anybody at any time, but
Yeah.
as the child gets a little bit older, the tendency is it does happen a bit less. But there's
Yeah.
always, exceptions to the rules and things like that.
Okay.
Nothing's carved in stone, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't remember a time when it wasn't that way, if that makes sense.
sure.
And so when I was tuning into situations for me, it just took me back there. I'm like, wow, is this even
So
mine?
one of the things that that you could do is, the situations are an aspect or a dynamic of it, but you could also, if you can reflect on the pattern and do
Yep.
pattern, because the pattern, when we have those experiences like that, then it becomes this, like what you'd call like an episodic stress, that
Hmm.
then is like this pattern or this program in the nervous system, like how we go through and
Hmm.
we unwind the loops. Like
Hmm.
sometimes the loops are these big interconnected sets of loops that it's like
Hmm.
a pattern. And even though you find stability, at some point there'll be some weird little trigger or some little cause that, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a trauma thing. It's just like, yeah, Sundays, or, springtime, or, when the family gets together, and it's not
Hmm.
necessarily even bad, but then these like little weird stressors or these stress responses will come up. And so if you can watch the the pattern,
Hmm.
the pattern will take you a little bit deeper. Like you can kind of go back and forth between events, and then like as you watch the pattern, then do the pattern.
Okay, and which one would I do the pattern on?
This whole process that we just did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
same thing. One of the ways to also eradicate some of those patterns like that is to use an angel and do that brain, spine, brain soles of the feet.
Hmm.
Like if you do that, that also will help to resolve and complete, um, moving into restoration, like external oriented loops.
Hmm.
So like things like with people and interactions and
Okay.
that kind of engagement. But I would still do the things that we just did in segment 2.
Yep. Okay. Any recommendation on Angel?
Oh, I just whatever you feel drawn to.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they'll all do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been working with Absinthium,
Hmm.
which seems to have started bringing all this stuff up too.
Oh, nice.
Like the traumatic stress
Sure.
aspect of it.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you. That was
Very
really
cool.
great.
Good. Good.
And someone shared, the person and situation seems less intense now. I feel more settled.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so like even with that, like when we feel like something's intense and you go like, okay, I feel more settled. We'll feel more settled, and then I'd let that sit for a little bit. But then at some point you can go deeper. Like we'll only shift like so much. And even though we get relief, we think like, ah, but then you let it sit for a little while, maybe a day, a week, 2 weeks, a month, and then you go back and you revisit and you can actually go deeper in it. So, do it, give yourself a break, and then go back and revisit it, because just because you feel better doesn't mean you can achieve much more substantial relief in that area and resolution than before we started. Like you could just keep going down that rabbit hole.
And a question, does
Sure.
this breath transform what you're working on? Are you letting go of the attachment, thoughts, feelings to the person, situation? I think you might have answered that when you're explaining what materialization breath
Yeah,
is.
I think that
mean,
was covered in the materialization part. Yeah, because that was before.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
Question, in application A, what is happening when we focus on the ajna?
Containment. The containment of the thoughts, containment of the emotions, containment of the body and the efforts that we put out. So that would be like forms of strategy, and then also containment of the light. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a break, and we're going to come back and start segment 3, or at least get the ball rolling on it. And so we'll come back straight up on the hour, and we'll start segment 3, stability and balance. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And we're going to start with segment 3. So your oils of choice are acacia, anise, benzoin, bushy matgrass, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, poplar balsam, ravint tobacco or langling, and optional kit is both langling and tobacco. So you can choose one of those. And this aspect is about bringing stability and balance, stabilizing and bringing balance between the two parts of the nervous system, the sympathetic and parasympathetic, or action, activity, and rest and repair. In that balance is where light can come in. When things are out of balance, it's hard for light to come in. When we are out of balance and the action activity, which is tied to fight flight, is a little bit more agitated, we tend not to be able to stabilize, be it our body, our emotions, or even our mind. Things can be agitating and then they push us further and further out. So when we have different things that happen, we always kind of want to bring it back to the center, into a place of balance, right? So you're choosing your oil. And let's go ahead and engage this process. So your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Which one are you doing? Yeah. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
Now, you're moving your awareness to the high heart, that area between the two collarbones there, the bottom of the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Now, move your awareness to the jaw minors where they hinge, like right here, in front of the ear. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the temples. Your awareness is on the temples. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is still on the temples. We're going to linger here for a minute. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back head. And then your awareness is on the forehead where the hairline is. Just pause and let go for a moment. Pause and let go. And that Okay, you're inhaling again. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head, both at the same time. Forehead and back head, both at the same time. The sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're still on the brain. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is again on the high heart, that area between the two collarbones at the bottom of your throat. Your awareness is on the high heart. And now visualize yourself in a ball of light. Your whole body is surrounded by light. And then just pause and let go. You're just being still. Move up. Knocked you out a little bit. So, like what we're saying here is balance and stability. You're bringing balance to the nervous system, and when we're unstable, like neurologically, when we're unstable, which would manifest as in the emotions and in the mind as well. There's too much dysregulation, not enough vagal tone, right? So our nervous system's like that. We're trying to get it back to this. When we're in this place where the action activity part of the nervous system, which is associated with fight flight, and the vagal tone, which is associated with rest and repair, are relatively balanced. This is when light can come in. Not only does it come in, but we begin to attune to the light. We're kind of starting to go, that repetitive thing that keeps making me miserable. I don't know if I want to do that anymore. I kind of like this light thing where, even if I'm uncomfortable for a little bit, I can break out of this loop and diminish that discomfort, and I can engage the healing process, right? And so this aspect is can be deeply healing, right? Regardless of what it is, a physical issue, a psychological issue, an external situation, a person, an event, an active situation, like somebody was saying before, the events of the world are like, ugh, that's going to cause dysregulation. So you bring it back to that place of balance, and in that, we can heal and we can shift internally. So all the oils that are in this section are oils that, in one way or another, are considered like a cure-all. And cure-alls are not necessarily like it'll cure everything. You just smear something on and it's a cure-all means you're bringing it back to balance so that you can engage the healing process. You might not know what's going on with a particular health issue or condition, but when you throw cure-alls at it, it begins to balance out the nervous system and the body starts engaging the healing processes or the healing intelligence of the body, be it that it's something internal, emotional, or mental, or something external, right? And so you could even say cure-alls are even good, like when you're doing kinds of prayer work. It would help your prayers to be more potent, and it would increase your potential for expressing your prayers, for them to be heard, right? And so with that, let's go ahead and do shares and questions. Let's see how you did. We're going to continue segment 3 in the morning, but I thought we'd at least get the ball rolling right now. And so let's go ahead and do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself or type in.
I'll start. Oh, no, go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, how'd you do?
Fine. I really, really enjoyed that ball of light at the end. That was
Yeah, isn't that nice?
amazing.
Yeah. Good for you.
So I did have a couple of kind of practical questions, or
Sure.
so I had a previous appointment. I had to go out for a couple hours. So
Mhm.
I wondered, the section that I missed, should I do it as a standalone or just wait till
Yeah, do it as a standalone.
Okay.
All these pieces can be a standalone, but they also work kind of synergistically together, but
Okay.
they can also all be used independently. And so they're potent together, but you can use them independently and you know.
Okay, great. And then I think I know the answer to this, but so sometimes my mind wanders
Sure.
as I'm assuming it's like with meditation. So you realize, oh, where's the mantra? Oh yeah, I'll bring
Right.
pretty
Yeah.
much like that. So that I just kind of
Right. Yeah, same thing. That's kind of the thing that's nice about working with the plants is, with our mind when you're doing meditation or mantra or, some form of that, when the mind wanders, yeah, it's still doing something, maybe just not as much, right? And so there's still that component here, but the plant is also doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And so even if the mind wanders, the
Mm,
plant is still impacting you energetically, and the plant is still impacting the nervous system, unwinding the different issues in the nervous system, unwinding the loops and helping to restore, or depends on what process we're doing, but the plant is doing a lot of the work. And so
yeah.
it makes it a little bit easier that if you're like, okay, I'm in peace at home and gotta put gas in the car, and you start doing that special meditation.
Yeah.
It even with meditation, it's still good.
Yeah.
It's just maybe not as good, but it's still good. But with the plant, it's even more potent, so that if the mind wanders, of course, we want to keep bringing the mind back to center. But
Yeah. So like if I'm focusing on the throat, for instance, and then I start that focus and then my mind may go off, but the plants are still working with the.
yes, the plants are still working, and I would say there's two different things that can happen there. One is, okay, I'm inhaling on the throat, and I gotta put gas in the car, and I gotta do this and I gotta do that, and then so that's one version. And then one version is you have your awareness on your throat, and then all of a sudden you might lose the throat, but you go quiet.
Mm,
And so that is actually a deeper level of vagal tone or deeper level of conductivity. You're kind of going into like a portal, and there's a kind of like inner expansion that happens. And so
okay.
if it happens and everything's quiet, that's
Mm,
actually what we're kind of shooting for.
got it. Great. Beautiful. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
I got some of the quiet.
Oh, good for you.
Of course, it took till this right now today, but I got at least some of the quiet. So thank you very much. I'm really glad that I'm in this class today.
Oh, good. Yeah. Good.
I'm really quiet still. Sorry.
That's okay.
I know.
Can you hear
Right.
it? Yeah, I just felt like that was so great. I mean, again, back to that quiet aspect, but after that, during that ball of light, during the ball of light,
Mhm.
it was just like everything went.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, we've done the ball of light in other processes, and the ball of light is kind of like the icing on the cake. Like it is the thing, like when you visualize yourself in a ball of light, there's a lot of things happening, and one of it is it's bringing balance to the nervous system, it's calming down dysregulation, it's improving vagal tone, it's letting light in, and you're beginning to like attune to the light, right? And so we mix it in sometimes in other processes. But this little process that we just did is about strengthening the ball of light. Like the process itself is like strengthening the ball of light, increasing the potential for the ball of light, and then you visualize the ball of light. So
That's what it felt like.
yeah, yeah.
Felt like a big buildup
Yeah.
for that.
And if you notice, like the 8 through 12, you know, so the forehead and then the back head, the side head, brain, high heart, ball of light is also what we do when we work with the angels in general, is we do that little process. And so, you know, we've been doing these pieces for a while. It's just kind of coming together in this little package. Yeah. Okay. Well, how about we still have a little bit of time? We just did that. How about we'll touch on application B before we call it a day? Just a little quick version. So still use your same oil. Your awareness is on your sex chakra where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Now your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck.
And then your awareness is on the crown, the very top of your head. And then pause and let it go. Okay. Feels pretty nice, yeah. So we'll revisit this again in the morning, but I thought it was a good way to end the day today. And yeah. So we'll be starting at 10 a.m. in the morning, and we'll still go to 6. We'll take our lunch break at noon tomorrow, noon Central Time, and we'll be sliding over to the Astara to do the Sunday Sacred Space. So if you have time at lunchtime to join us for a little 20-minute thing, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll see you at 10 in the morning, and we'll hit the ground running.